Hey guys, so today I thought I'd try to make the complete tutorial about creating a dress for Second Life using Zbrush and 3ds Max from start to finish. This is the first time that I'm going to try this to create this tutorial. It's probably going to last a bit longer than usual. I hope it will help you. We will talk about a lot of things, and I will probably be going from front to back and to front again because there's a lot to say. But in general, I hope it will help you to understand it just a little bit better, if nothing else. I have to say, like, I'm not a professional, I'm not a 3D designer. All I learned was along the way, and I have a lot to learn. So I hope that what I'm going to say now and the way we are going to do things is optimal, at least. We are going to create a simple dress, strap dress with 2 sets of UVs, front and back, and we're going to texture it in latex, and we're going to upload it in Second Life to check it out. As well, we're going to then create another set of UVs. We're going to create just 1 UV for that same dress, and we're going to use symmetry for it and see it as well. So for this tutorial we're going to use Slink. I feel sorry. I feel kind of weird talking about all of this. There's so much to say, and usually you just tend to work in silence, and it's like you try this and try that, and oh yeah, it's going, and you feel good, or it's not going and it's a mess. So I hope this time it won't be a mess. I hope it will be. I hope it will make sense. And again, I'm not a professional, so all of the information that I know I'm going to share with you right now, and do with that as you will. I hope it will help you, or at least in some sort of way. So we're going to use Slink. We're going to create our mesh around our glass body. So when you apply for developer kits, doesn't matter which body you want to work around, they will send you their kit. They will send you their zipped file that contains all of the information and files that you need to create. Most of them send you both Blender files and files for 3ds Max and for Maya, I think, yeah, for Maya as well. Slink also has like Marvelous Designer, like I think that's just avatars, so you can just import them into Marvelous Designer and drape your clothes on it. Maya has Maya files, I think, just Maya, yeah. And 3ds Max has both Max and FBX file. So, and of course you have Blender files. They have for older versions of Blender and for 2.7 and up version, because I think the Blender's latest version is like 2.9 or something like that. 2.9. I don't use Blender, but it's free, so I have it. So let's extract the files for our Max, because we're going to. I just use 3ds Max, so we're going to use the FBX and Max files. Extract them. I'll extract them in this same folder. Maybe I should have. Never mind. I extracted them already. which ones, FBX and 3ds Max, there they are. So if you want to apply for Slink to get these kits, like you can apply on devslinkstyle.com/apply to get the developers kits. So if you don't already have the hourglass shapes, like I know that most people want Maitreya kit because Maitreya is still the most popular body in Second Life. I get it, but honestly, working around rigging clothes for Maitreya can be a bit of a struggle for when you're on the shoulders. It's a bit it is what it is. So like Slink's hourglass shape is really, the weights are spread better. The body itself is very well optimized and easy to work around. So, and after all, Slink is still Slink is Slink. This is the store that pretty much started mesh bodies and mesh hands and feet and so on. Like I was talking about that in my earlier video with Bix and Mesh, so I think you can check that out to find out more about that. But yeah, you can apply to get developers kits with devs.slinkstyle.com/apply and check what you want to make and which software you use and so on. So let's open up our Max file and let's import. Firstly, we're going to, because you have FBX files and Max files, you can't open that immediately in Zbrush. We have to convert it. So let's open up. Did I go on import? Okay, I clicked on import. Force of habit, you could have opened the Max file or imported the FBX file, so let's import it. It may take a moment for it to read up. Maybe I should have opened the Max file, it will be faster. Never mind. Let Max chew on it a bit. Okay, press OK. And there we have it. Let's open our layers to check it out. So you have the bones set up here. You can see all the bones are set. It comes with the tails and the wings as well. Honestly, I don't make tails nor wings pretty much. So you can literally delete those bones, but you can leave them. It's up to you. Like, don't delete them on your original file, or you have to download the file again. Like, maybe, I don't know. Do what you will. If you're creating wings, then you need them. If not, you can delete them and so on. So here are the bones, and we have both the physique, hourglass, feet, high, low, mid, and hands, of course. Let's remove the physique, hourglass, hands, feet, leg, kit, and mid. I tend to look, should I say, look like I don't create shoes, so it doesn't matter for me. I just I like the high feet. Which feet am I still showing? Pointed. Female high feet, okay. Right. So this is the hourglass body with bones weighted in. You can check the rotation of a bone. There we go. Looks nice. Go back. Okay. I will just set them, just in case, set a skin pose. So this is my starting pose. They probably did it, but it's just a click of the button to be sure. You have to do that. For example, if you're going to create something in A pose. A pose is around like 30 degrees, and you lower both of them, and you have to go again on all the bones, right click and set a skin pose. So this will be your starting pose. So every time you want you're moving bones around to check the weights and how it looks, and you want to go back to start, so this will be your start. I set it as an A pose, so now when I click assume skin pose, it will push back on the A pose. Let's save now. Save as. Or we just hid, right? Like the physique body. I can delete it. Like I don't need I literally don't need those objects. I can delete them. Let's leave the hands, because sometimes you might be making gloves, maybe you'll be making stockings, or maybe you want to make shoes, like whatever. I don't. All of the stockings that I create is for high feet. That's the foot shape that I personally like, and I just delete everything else. So let's save this as our hourglass shape, right? These are our hourglass start file, for example, and we'll save it as max. It will be faster to open up next time you need to rig for hourglass. If you're creating a dress, then the pose where the legs are like this, going down, makes the most sense. But if you're creating like pants or socks or panties or such, it's always good to maybe put like just 5 degrees in the middle and start this with this shape. But we're going to create a dress, so let's put that as assume skin pose, and it will put us back on the starting pose. So now we want to transfer this body, this mesh, to Zbrush, so we can start creating clothes on it in Zbrush. Zbrush has this little plugin. It's called GoZ, and it is available for a lot of softwares, including Blender. Like you can, if you're using Blender, you can also use GoZ. And what it does, it makes it's a bridge between those softwares, so you can transfer meshes, but you don't have to import. So you go into preferences under GoZ, and there's some of them are offered already, and I have connected to 3ds Max, but for Blender you have to add. I think you have to download as well GoB. It's called. There's a short video from Danny Mac. It's like literally a minute-long video. I'm going to link it in the description, so you can check it out and link Blender in the Zbrush if you use Blender. If you use Max, then it's literally you just go under path to 3ds Max, and you have to go into your programs where onto your 3ds Max .x file. Not like, don't link it to the shortcut on your desktop. Like you need to go to where the actual program or actual file is located in your C file somewhere. So, and it will put itself here, like you can see. So now that we have our body ready, the rigged version, I want to create a copy of this mesh that I'll transfer into Zbrush. It's this. I will take both hands and feet as well, and I will create a copy, not instance, copy, and push them into a new layer for GoZ. Let's turn the original version off, and now that I have this copied versions, I'm going to put edit poly on all of them, because skinned version, I want to attach them right now in Max. And Edit Poly allows me that, so I'm going to attach all the parts on it. So now the body is one, but now anymore, when you try to rotate the shoulder, for example, you can see the bone moving, but the mesh is static because it's not skinned anymore. There's a modifier on top of it, and it's attached. Like you can see, it's Edit Poly, and Edit Poly trumps on the skinned version. So now it's just regular mesh, and it has like Edit Poly allows you to mess with vertex, edges, polygons, and so on. Now that it's a regular mesh, we can open Zbrush and use GoZ. Let me just set the canvas size because I use it on my other screen on my tablet, but it's smaller. It's small screen, so it doesn't really look good for tutorials. Let's change the color a bit. Okay. So now let's use a GoZ. You just click up here. Of course, you click on the body unrigged version, because if you take the reason why we created the copy of it is because once if you transfer the original body, the one that has weights, it will remove the weights from the stack, and you don't want that. Like, you need this original version, so that's why we created a copy. And now let's just use GoZ. This will remove everything in stack, only the mesh is going. T, F, and now our body, use T and F. T to create it, so it's out of 2D view, and F to frame it. And now we have our mesh in ZBrush. I also have down here, like, so you know what I'm clicking. Like, it's working. Yeah, okay. Oh, sometimes it, well, most of the time now I'll be clicking Shift, Control, or Alt. Those are main commands in pretty much every 3D program. Let's change the material a bit. I clicked on polygroups to show. So now that we have it in ZBrush, let's save it as our starting desktop video, and let's save this as our hourglass start. But for ZBrush, go away, save, yeah, okay. So now the reason why we bridged it from 3ds Max to ZBrush is so we can start creating our dress, because we will be using mostly ZBrush, and 3ds Max after that for rigging. So, but if you want to start extracting from the mesh, you have to make it a bit higher in poly. So now if you regularly just go Control D and start dividing it, it's under like divide, it's the shortcut key is Control D, you will see that it's breaking, it doesn't look well. So let's go back, let's delete those, actually let's go back regular because it unwelded it. Now let's first weld the point. Let's raise the weld point, let's weld it. It does, like you can see, it pushes in these vertices, like it forces them to close, but now it doesn't look really good. So let's zero mesh it. Let's change the body and to make it a bit more easier on ZBrush. Let's turn the symmetry on. Press X. It's the body itself is rotated, so the X symmetry isn't. The X symmetry is here. You see, 2 dots, but we don't want that symmetry. We want the Z symmetry. So let's turn it off X and turn on Z symmetry, and now it's on the how we want it. Okay, let's start Z-remeshing. So what we want to achieve with Z-remesher is to get a cleaner topology. Like this topology is for rigging. I think Slink has a bit her in-world model. I think it has a bit less vertices, because if I'm not mistaken, it comes up to 100,000, less than 100,000 triangles. So I think it's about 50-60 vertices. If you're wondering, it's the active points. Active points are vertices in Zbrush. So when you think of triangles, it's somewhere around double the number. So if you have like 70,000 active points, you will have around 140,000 triangles. What I mean by, but it's not exactly that number, because there are edges, some vertices are sharing, so it's not exactly the same number, but it's around that. What I mean by that is that if you your one polygon is created out of 4 vertices, right? Out of 4 points, and this is one polygon, this one little face, and you get triangle by slashing that one polygon in half diagonally, and you get two triangles. So out of one polygon you'll get 2 triangles. So what we want to do now is, because once you start, if you just divide now, even though we welded and they won't fall apart, you will see that the topology is still facety. Like Zbrush doesn't shows normals of the mesh a bit different than Maya, Blender, 3ds Max do. If you want it to look the same way it does in Zbrush, you can turn on, like it's under turn on, instead of default shading, turn on facets, and now it looks like how it does in Zbrush, but we don't want that. The reason is because Zbrush is Zbrush is created to put on polygons, like to divide a mesh, while 3ds Max and Blender and Maya, they're more made for low poly models, right? Although you can have a high poly in all of them, but in Zbrush you can go up to millions of polys. So instead, we'll go back on this and delete our divisions, and let's Z-remesh it. Z-remesh. Z-remesher has like options how you want it. If you want half, it will push on Z-remesher to go half of the active points. If you want it the same, it will try to stay the same. Double, it will go to 140. And you can put your own slider where you want it. Adaptive and curves strength, it will mostly like how you want it to smooth out. Sometimes if you want it to be exactly the number that you, if you, for example, click same and have turned on adaptive, it might not go really the same. Like it may give you 100,000 vertices when you wanted 75 or around there. But if you turn off adaptive, it will most likely put you around that number. But we want now to create a finer topology that we can extract from. So let's start with same first, for same and adaptive, and let's click on Z-remesh. Give it a second to calculate. Okay. you can see it pushed up. It needed 100,000 to make it as same as possible. Never mind, we don't really care for this one because we want to create a mannequin that we will put clothes on. So let's see how it behaves now when we dividing is still a little bit facety. Let's go back, turn up, and let's go under deformation and polish it a bit. And now it's a lot cleaner. So now when we divide it, it's pretty clean. There are some holes. Let's go back. Let's go back on here. I guess I didn't weld it fair enough. There we go. I didn't see it before, never mind. Let's go again. Zero measure. Same. Let's go under deformation, polish it like 2. And now when we divide it, it's smooth and workable. Let's save it. Okay. So because we didn't so this is the shape that I use when I'm making dress and gowns, but when I'm creating lingerie I tend to, and the pants and leggings and shorts, I tend to do what I showed you a bit earlier in 3ds Max, just put a bit of space between the legs, so when you start zero meshing and polishing and so on, that the meshes don't glide into each other and don't come one, because when you look at it even in 3ds Max, like the thighs are actually intersecting, and that's why you will get that in Zbrush as well. They're glued together now. So now we can actually start extracting and creating a simple dress. Let's first alpha the part that we want to extract from this base mesh. You use masking by holding Control. Okay, let's start with this. Extract. You can choose the thickness, and if you want to be double. I put double on it for start because when I'm smoothing out the edges, it's easier to control them, and I will remove the inside then. But if you want, this is how you can control the thickness. As you can see, this is too thick, so let's put it 0.002 and extract. Accept. and smooth it out a bit, the edges that aren't masked in. I remove the mask by holding Control and left click in empty space. You can see that it has two polygroups. I just need the outer one, so I will click Control Shift on the mesh itself, so the other polygroups are hidden, and then you go under Modify Topology, Delete Hidden. Let's start zero meshing this one to get a lower version, so we can up it up, so we can change it up again, because this is really high. This is 230,000 polygons, and I can't really manipulate that. I need a lower version. Okay, let's stretch it down to get so we can create a dress. Okay, let's start zero mesh it more, because you can see the topology is wonky. Let's smooth it out a bit, and we will zero mesh it again. Let's zero mesh it one more time on the same. Okay. So this is quite a low version. It has 2.7 thousand vertices, which will be around 5,000 triangles, which is absolutely workable. Now, when it comes to zero meshing or using Retopology, I guess it depends. For a lot of simple items, you can use zero mesher to create your low poly. Like it's not a gaming standard. It's not like absolutely. But I know a lot of designers do use it. I use it as well for some simple items that aren't, like for example this. There's no buttons, there's no zippers, there's nothing that it's really simple shape. So you can get a really simple topology. But for example, if you're creating collars, ties, jackets, you will need to use Retopology, because ZRemesher will actually put higher, more polygons than you want most of the time. Like sometimes it's workable, sometimes it's not. I have to tell you, this isn't absolutely, it's not a game standard. Like if you wish to sell your items on some other 3DS sites, you will need to do Retopology by hand. So now I will actually build on this one. We will create a high poly, and then I will use create a Retopology of this item. I just wanted to tell you that for some items, like for example simple leggings that have nothing on them, literally it's just simple leggings, like you can use ZRemesher and get a decent topology to work. You can, absolutely. You will always get a better result by using Retopology, by creating your own topology, because ZRemesher, or in whichever item if you're decimating, turning it into triangles, whichever, or using Quadify in 3ds Max. I think the decimation is in Blender, if I'm not mistaken. But whichever plugin you're using for that, you have to understand that that's like Zbrush doesn't know that you're retopologizing, ZRemeshing the dress and what kind of topology you want. It will do the best under its algorithm. Sometimes it's workable, sometimes it's not. For some simple items like simple leggings, yeah, you can get a decent topology with very few polygons. So I leave it up to you. Don't create like, be reasonable with your items. Don't create a simple, like this simple dress. There's really no reason for it to be above like 10,000 triangles. I see a lot of, and it's not a lot of, but some designers actually tend to put high poly in Second Life. Like there are some simple items that are over 100,000 triangles. Some are even 250,000. So you are contributing to lag with that. Be reasonable with your items, and so on. Okay, so now after this little intermission, let's continue. And let's start dividing this. So if you could Control D, oops, no, Control D, and let's do this a couple of times. And you can see we're already at 100, almost 200,000. Let's go a bit more. Let's put a bit more standard here so we can push up. So the design, there we go. More. Okay. So now let's start adding some folds and some stitches and so on. I tend to use a lot of alphas for that. You can go under alpha import, and I have already made my own. To create alphas are pretty simple to create. You have to just use Photoshop, or maybe there are actually a lot of already pre-made Photoshop brushes that are black. But you can, if you just invert them, you will get a simple alpha brush. Let me show you. So this is literally how simple alpha looks. It's a black colored file, 1024 times 1024. And what you want it to be a fold, like it goes from darkest to whitest, and the whitest will be the highest point. So you can actually buy as well alphas and brushes, Photoshop brushes, or ZBrush brushes as well. Like I use a lot of, for that I tend to use a lot of ArtStation. ArtStation has really a lot of resources for you to use in your items for like brushes and alphas, materials. For some image stock, there are some other sites, but for things like that, especially for Zbrush and Substance Painter and Substance Designer, there's a lot of items. When it comes to that, you need to buy the correct licensings, so you can use that item in your products that you will resell. Of course, most brushes and most alphas like it. Of course, designers understand that you won't be buying that to sell as such. Like you have to implement it into your work. You're not going to buy stitches to resell stitches. Like you can't buy someone else's work and resell it as such. There's a lot of other base meshes that, like for example, I have a couple of base meshes for heads, but of course I have them for my practice, and I'm trying to get a little bit better in modeling the face. So I use that as base to learn, but those meshes aren't really made for you to sell them. Of course, some do have licenses that allow you to sell them if you change them enough. But when it comes to importing items like that in Second Life, and if you're planning to be a designer in original events, like you can't use that. It's not your work, no matter what. When it comes to like such items that can be resold, like stitches, alphas, and so on, you're going to have to implement that into your work. Like you're going to create a jacket and use some stitches, use some folds and so on, but you're not going to import those folds into Second Life and sell them as folds. I hope you know what I mean. So ArtStation was really good for resources, and when it comes to textures and patterns, I use Deposit Photos. There's a bunch of image stock websites, so like choose what you like. And I don't know, that's that. Let's continue with creating some folds. Let me stretch in this fold a little bit so it's a bit thinner. Let's use drag and up the intensity a bit. Okay, so we created the high poly of our dress. So now we're going to create a retopology of the same model. Like, of course, you have this lowest point. If you want to use this, it's up to you. But I will show you how to retopologize as well. And then we will continue creating UV, and we will create one simple matte texture that has some flowers on it. And we will create one, go back and create the same latex version of it with just one UV set that is symmetrical. So we will save on VRAM. So first things first, let's create our Retopology. Save again, one more time. So we create Retopology. Let's duplicate this one, lower it to the lowest. Show of lines and show of color. Let's see. And let's remove like all polys till we get to one simple poly. Just delete them. We will start like, yeah, with here. Let's start with breasts first. Let's start with this body. Let's use lasso, remove, and let's delete all of the hidden ones. Delete. Turn on our high version as well. We don't need this. Like, since I'm working now with 12 million polys inside, like, I'm going to save this file, and I'm actually going to decimate my high poly. So like I have a high poly version of it as well, but it's less in polygons, so you can see how it blurs out because there's a lot of happening. Like, let's make it a bit faster, so let's just use decimation on it. Pre-process current. Now why I'm doing this, because like I don't really care what the topology of high poly is. I don't care if it's triangles or polys, because I'm going to create a low poly version of it now on top of it. All I want right now is for my PC not to struggle with over 10 million polys. So like I'm going to decimate it to like 3 or 4 million polys, even less maybe. We'll see how it works, because triangles, like, it's easier to close triangles. They can be pretty much any kind of shape, so you will always have less less polygons, less topology, less vertices when you have triangles than when you have polygons. But polygons are easier to rig, because triangles, exactly because of that, because they're all you can have like 3 small triangles then 1 big, and if that 1 big triangle is for example like here of course of your like boob, or maybe on the part of the skirt that's supposed to be moving, like it will look really bad when it's rigged. I'm not like I always create in polys quads my mesh, my clothes, but if you're creating like furniture and so, like if you're creating non-riggable items, like there's no reason why it can't be in triangles. You can lower the cost your on uploads, and it will have less impact as well for like furniture and so on. But for clothes it's better to have them in quads because it's easier to rig them. It's still computing, like I gave him 10 million polys to work with, so let's give him a moment. as well, since I was talking a bit earlier with brushes and alphas, of course, like you can buy, like from, for example, from ArtStation or like Gumroad or I don't know, like TurboSquid and CG Trader. They are more like selling meshes. Then there are resources, as far as I know. Like I think maybe DeviantArt has some, like it has like a lot of Photoshop options. Maybe it has like now for 3D as well. But you can as well create them. Like as you can see, this is how this looks. This brush, like it's an alpha, and it was created into, so it's a brush, not just an alpha. You can use your previous, if you have already bought some Photoshop brushes, you can convert them like into Zbrush folds and so on. There we go. Let's pre-process is completed. Now let's decimate it. So this is how much you want it to lower it from. You can choose it in polys or in percentage, like it's easier. Like if you have 10 million polys, like if I wanted 20% of that, it will push it to 1 million polys. Like let's put it like to maybe 30 and let it decimate. There we go. Now active points 3 million. Much easier for me to work with in the ZBrush. So let's save it as 3. Let me remove the high versions of the body as well. 3 million. Okay. So let's now create our low poly. We start our low poly, like we create one simple polygon. Let's turn this transparent. And now we're going to use ZModeler. There is like a brush that ZRemesher guide. If you can literally create curves on top of this high poly, and it will try and create your low poly according to those lines. So that will be edges, but it's good for like starting ZRemeshing, but for creating actual topology, I guess it depends on the model. Like on simple models, like for leggings and like a simple tank top where there's not really actual topology folds. Like these aren't really topology folds. Like although you can see a bit, but our low poly will have nothing of that. Like it will be flat surface, but we will create that with a normal map. But if you're using, like for example, Marvelous Designer, I've started using it this year, and Marvelous actually has this nice add-on, like a beta remesher, and it can really create a nice topology for you right there in Marvelous Designer. So you can also create a high poly version in Marvelous Designer, then you export that, and then you remesh that in Marvelous Designer and create a low poly version and export that, so you have both versions and you can overlap them and use them. Marvelous Designer just tends to, on the edges of the where the patterns are connecting, it creates triangles instead of quads, but everything else is quads. Also, although you asked it to create quads only, it will create some triangles on the parts where patterns are stitching together, should I say. But you can always, like, you can use that model and just redo the those edges where triangles are and turn them into quads by hand. So, or you can try and using those triangles as well. Sometimes you will get like when you're creating your low poly, sometimes when you're breaking textures, it might put out, because of those triangles, some weird specularity, I want to say. Like it looks a bit odd, but it's not always, it's sometimes. And sometimes it's really noticeable, sometimes it's not. Like, you can have a really decent topology from RLS Designer and really low, really workable, but sometimes, not always, but sometimes you get these little mistakes where those triangles look really weird. But you can always open that in like literally any program and just delete those particular triangles and create new little polygons to put them together. But now let's start creating on our low poly. Retopologized. So we're going to use a Z modeler actually. No, okay, never mind. Yes, Z modeler. And let's click on space. So what we wanted to do is to extrude on the edges. So you click, you put your mouse on the edge, go on space, take extrude, and choose snap to surface. As well, we want hover over your vertex, move, and we also want that to snap to surface. And when you want you go on to polygon and click do nothing, so you don't accidentally delete or move it or something, because you will be just extruding the edges. And what we set it to snap on surface because we want our high poly to be like we want our this low poly that we're starting now, we want that to actually snap onto the surface of the high poly, because what we're now creating, why you use Retopology, why you need high and low poly models. Of course, low poly model is for the game, but it needs to be exactly shaped as the high poly so you can bake that information onto your low poly. So we want it to be snapping on this surface because we create this low poly as a mold on the high poly. So let's start extracting. Just snap, move and snap, and just start going in. Okay, so now that we've created our low poly model, we can start creating our UV maps. So as you can see, our retopologized low poly model is 2.4 vertices, and that will be around 5,000 triangles. As well, as you remember, our low poly on zero meshed version was similar vertex count. That's because the meshes are really simple. There aren't like ribbons and bows and belts and such things, so the poly count will be low. However, like I wanted to show you the Retopology version, of course. When you start creating your own meshes and you start adding more details, the best way to have a simple UV that is uniformed, like when you put textures on it, is to create it by hand. So of course we're going to use this version, and let's start creating our UVs. Let's save first this. So we want to create first set of UVs, front and back, and then we will create another version of this mesh, but just with one UV, and we will use symmetry for that. So let's first sort. We want to spread the front and back into polygroups because we want to unwrap polygroups. It's the simplest way. So let's see where our high poly model. We will be following the line, of course. This is where our UVs will glue together. This will be front, this will be back. So let's see it on the low poly version. And let's set polygroups by pressing Ctrl Shift, and let's set lasso, Ctrl Shift Alt, and let's turn in this. There's one poly left. There we go. So now we only see the back side, and we will confront that into another polygroup by pressing Ctrl V. And now we press Ctrl Shift into empty space. And now our mesh has two sets of polygroups. To unwrap this, we will have to split them in groups and unwrap each group individually. So this is front. Okay, let's go under Z plugin, unwrap, flatten, and let's rotate it. Zbrush exports textures and UVs and everything flipped up. I don't know why, but so if you want to create a UV in Zbrush, you have to and have it rotated in the right direction, right? Afterwards, when you're texturing it and so on, you have to rotate it. Okay, unflatten. So this part is unwrapped. Let's go on the behind. Same thing, unwrap. Flatten, let's check it out. Let's stretch it out a bit so that all the space is filled up. And let's rotate it. Okay, unflatten. And now we have to merge these two subtools. We go under merge, and we have UVs turned on. So merge down. And now you have two sets of UVs on this mesh. Let's save it. Now Zbrush doesn't have like set materials, like we will have to do that in Max. The way Zbrush does that when you create a bunch of textures, a bunch of UVs, more than one should I say, it stacks them on top of each other, like you can see when you turn on morph. They're actually on top of each other, so you have to we will have to use materials in 3ds Max, or like you can use materials in Blender as well to set your faces for Second Life. So let's now go to 3ds Max. Let's use Gauze. Go Z. It says switch into subtool, and when it's done, it will write. File saved successfully. Okay. There we go. So now we have to as this actual, let me hide the body for a sec. This actual mesh now has two sets of UVs. Like you can see how they're splitting because the edges here are overlapping. Now let's set first the maps. Like you have to click on element. Since the mesh itself is now split into two, element will work. Before it would be all one element, but we split it when we were in Zbrush. So let's set this as front, right? Like let's say front, and this other material, and back, and the purple one front. Okay, drag it, click the other version, drag it, and there we go. We have set our faces. The faces will be set according to the number of materials. Like this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Like how you set them from this stack, it's how they will be following one another. Like if I set this up here, then this will be face number 2, and this will be 1. Actually, in Second Life starts from 0, so this is face 0, and this is 1. Now let's check this overlapping edges. We don't want that because this actually this is nice tool. It's 3ds Max. 3ds Max has. It's called like XView, and it can show you on your mesh what and where the problem areas are. Like if something is overlapping faces, like overlapping vertices, and so on. So let's start and let's check out some things on it. Let's see if we have overlapping faces. Click here to control. Yes, okay. I think I can fix this with vertices. Let me check first for the vertices actually. XView, let's overlapping vertices. Yeah, as you can see, it shows all the vertices on the edge. They're green, right? All this because, and on the other side, of course. So we can fix this by welding them after we've added materials. Like first you have to add materials and then you can weld them. If you do weld them and then add materials, then you will have the same element. The whole dress will be one element. Now, until they aren't welded, are two elements, so you can put materials simply. Of course, if you do that, like you can click use like lasso tools or something to select particular elements and set materials one polygon at a time. Like this is just easier and faster. So let's you use edge. As you can see, the red line, it shows us where the edges are, and it does show the edge on the mesh as well, the size as well, because there are edges, there are literally edges overlapping. So we turn on border and we click control vertex, and now we can use weld options because weld option is under edit vertices. So let's see, there we go. So now when we turn on edge again, select, it's not showing anymore. It's welded, and this is the face number 1 and this is the face number 2. Okay, so now 0 and vertices 0 as well. Okay, let's save this like as a starting dress. Change that to dress. Okay. So now we want to import this into, this is our low poly, and let me export the high poly as well. High poly is here in Zbrush. I don't need to transfer it into Max. It will just Max isn't happy with such millions. Let's just export our high poly, high, dress, high. And let's save the low version, export it out as export selected, dress low. And let's open our Substance Painter. And we have our back and front set here, right? Okay. So let's add the texture. Like I have spent, I have a video about texturing, right? So about in Substance Painter, so you can watch that as well to help you out a bit. I'll just quickly go into baking. Bake. Let's set it higher. Dress high. And let's put a bit of anti-aliasing bleeding out. Bake all, and give it a sec to create textures. In the meantime, I can actually export this as a collada as well, so I can import it in the Second Life because that's the file that Second Life takes. Save. Okay. Let's import it into Second Life. Okay. It will import it right, like with the textures given. Oops. Going for right. Now I have all of these meshes, like we will talk about those meshes later. But for now, let's focus on our dress. As you can see, it has two faces. Okay, I set this one as the second one, great. So the back one is first, like you can see it's 0. What did I mess up? Okay, never mind. I messed up the how do they say it, order of numbers. Never mind, we still have 2 UVs. Okay. Okay, let's add some simple materials to it, and let's put on something like plastic mat. No, wrong layers. There we go. And let's put like a simple texture that I already have, so we can just see the. Let me change the color to white. Something like that. Okay. Let's take a pattern. Come on. Okay. Let's put one overlay of the curvature map, or maybe ambient occlusion. No, not the empty one, the colored one. So we can just drag that pattern, turn off everything except the texture, and let's put it like as overlay maybe. Okay. Let's copy and go to back, paste. Okay, and let's change the lights a bit. Environments, let's go something like this. Okay. And let's export these two textures. Actually, I'll export all of it. And text, doggies. Okay, let's export the 2D view. Back and front, export. And I want to export the normal maps now. I will save them in the other file for normal. Export. Okay. Actually, I didn't change the. Let me change the size. I forgot that. I say I have them as. Did I change it? I forgot. I think I didn't. Let me change. Let me do it again. First the 2D. Select size. Export. Okay, and let's do it for the normal as well. Go back, select. It will erase them because the names are the same, so it will just rewrite over them. 2D no map, export. Okay, no Zbrush, but let's check it out. Just a sec. Let's do textures, local, text, 2D, and let's add the normal as well. Normals, and let's check it. Right, back, bump, local, front, and back. Okay, and there we have our first textured version with 2 sets of UVs. And this is how it looks, right? So no matter the size that you're working on here, in Second Life, like the biggest you can go is 1000 times 1000, right? So you can export it here, like, or you can resize them in Photoshop, whichever you like. And this was quicker for this tutorial, okay? So this is the first version. Let's set it aside, and let's do one with just one UV. So since our model is literally, let me duplicate it and let's rename it low 2. Okay. Let's save this one. Okay, since let's delete the maps that we created now for this one. UV map, delete UVs. There we go. And let's set the poly groups on the together. Auto groups, no. Control V. And we have to weld them again because they're literally separate items now. So let's weld options. Weld. There we go. So let's create one version that we have, since the dress is symmetrical, and for example we're going to create now a latex version. We can use, instead of 2 UVs, like we can use one and duplicate one side. So how we do that? Like we will not lasso but rectangle, and let's delete one side. Since it's symmetrical, there's literally, like, you can see the edge going on the actual middle of it. Let me show you again, right? It's completely symmetrical, mirrored. So what we'll do, we will delete one side. Delete hidden. And now we have just one side. So let's unwrap this one. Unwrap. Flatten. Okay. Maybe move it a bit. No. No one's outside. Just a bit of stretching. So it's from edge to edge. There we go. And flatten. And now what we do, we just copy this, duplicate this mesh. Let's turn off solo, and we mirror it. Not mirror and weld. We go under deformation, and we mirror it in Z because that's how our this mesh is rotated. And there we go. Now we have 2 subtools that have literally the same UV. So let's merge them down again, like before. Merge down. And let's ghost them. Now the mesh itself is the same, right? But our UVs are different. Our textures will be different. We'll have to now go import this new model with this new UV, and we have to create a new pattern for it. So let me show you as well. Let's bring it into max so we can set the material. Max 1, right? As you can see, now it's showing the edges that are overlapping on the middle, on the low version 1 that we have just uploaded, one with puppets. It showed on the sides, but now it's literally right across the middle. Let's put some material, and let's do what we did before. Let's go into edit poly, select edges, and let's weld them. So now when we go into the edges again, there we go, it's clean, 0 vertices overlapping, and we set the same material on both sides because it is the same UV map. Let's export it as Collada, dress die 2. Okay, and let's import it into Second Life. Okay, and let's go into Substance Painter to create a texture for this one now. File, New, select. Let's select, I didn't export it as FBX actually, let me do that. Export this as well as FBX, so we can import it into Substance. I mean, you can import it, I think, Collada and OBJ as well, but I always pick FBX because it's the fastest one to open with Max, and since I use Max for a lot of it, like I always export this as FBX because that's what's going in and out of Max, and it's the fastest. Yeah, dress Loe. Okay, never mind. So file, New, Loe. Okay, discard, I don't need this. Now we have just one, right? But it's 2 meshes, right? Let's bake this one as well. Bake high 2000. I will pick the same high poly because it's literally the same mesh, just different set of UVs. Dress high. Bake. Okay, let's add a latex one. Materials, with plastic wrap as well. Let's check it out. Like, you have to look this one, right? Not the reflection of this, that's from substance rendering, like this is how the texture will actually look, right? Let's add an overlay here as well. Let's see how it looks. Maybe overlay, maybe multiply. Let's see how it looks now. Let's export the textures. Video, text, latex. Let's create 2 new folders as well, 2D and normal. 2D, select folder, and let's export the 2D view, size 1000, export. Okay, And let's export the normal map for it as well. Select. Okay. Let's set them in local so we can see them. Let's put this a bit more on the middle. This. It's too dark. Let's check this one maybe. Export just 2D in the same folder on the same, so it will overwrite it, so the local will just change it by itself when you export it. Okay. None below high. I don't like the texture still. Let's check it out again. Maybe try environments a bit more. Maybe try this one. Look at this. There we go, this is looking a bit better. Of course, like I created this right in a minute. You will have to take time a bit for it. Right. So, okay, so now that I've showed you how to create one mesh with two sets UVs and as well that same mesh with the literal symmetry turned on and just one where you can use just one texture and really simplify your work. Let me save this. Let's save just so I can have it as yeah, okay. Let's now that we can do is to rig the dress. So let me show my okay, yeah, I don't need you. Just a second. Overlapping, don't need the X view anymore. Let's go and rig it for the hourglass body. So as you can see, our mesh in Zbrush, of course, I have been changing it a lot, so it's not really the perfection of the shape, right? Like, but we will just push it out a bit and make it fit a bit more by going. You added the edit poly, and we have now soft selection that has a radius of what it will drag when you move the points, right? So let's stretch out everything a bit so it fits in. So now that our model is fitting the body, let's rig it. I have a video of rigging as well, like there I use my Treya, but it doesn't matter, it's the same process. Of course, we turn on, we click on our mesh that we want to rig. We add skin wrap modifier. As a source, we add the body itself. And let's convert the skin. Like, don't worry about this, the sizes are different of the bodies, but it doesn't matter. Like, as soon as you convert it, it will be fine. Did I change the... Okay, the fall off has to be 200 so it doesn't bleed out, so the weights are as they should be. It's skinned, and the body itself is now skinned. The dress, pardon. So let's smooth out these dress parts. We go on the right, sorry, edit envelopes, and these weights are spread on the upper legs or pelvis or baby hips, so that's the bones that we will be checking for the dress, and we will be smoothing out a bit under the boobs so it looks nicer. Since this is really a simple shape like the short, if you ever wondered like why a lot of creators, including myself, we create really short dresses, it's because they are riggable. The sooner you go and mid-length and try to rig it, there's nothing to glue the dress on, and you will spread them either on one leg or the other, and it will never be, it will always be missing because there's nothing to glide on. There's no bone in between the legs, so we can mesh the weights out. So if you ever wondered why all the skirts in Second Life are really short, that's why. Let's change the brush size a bit and let's smooth it out. I will actually remove them from here so my life is easier. And smooth out this a bit. And let's go to the upper leg again, upper leg. Okay, now we set our weights. And we can try it out. Like this is, as I mentioned, like as I said like 1,000 times already, this is a really simple shape, a simple model. And since we were working like from the actual body, or the mesh itself is gliding right like under the boob, so it's looking, when you enlarge them, there's not a lot to smooth out. When you're changing that from shape to shape, and if you're creating like something like a model that the shirt itself is a little bit like there's a room between, like there's actual space, it's not going right under the boob, like then it will pick up all the weights from these vertices as well, so it will be a bit more smoothing to do. And the dress itself is like, it's really simple, so let's just export it as collada file. Export selected. Okay. Okay. Okay, let's import our dress now. Build world mesh model. Low dress rig. Let's rename it low dress rig. When you're importing a rigged version, you can put low and lowest on. Let me explain it. Rigged mesh shows differently than raised mesh. It constantly shows you the highest version, no matter where you are standing. Like this for things, levels of detail or load, they change. This is why you have to go from highest to lowest, and you have to change the actual poly count, because if you zoom out, you don't really need the highest version of that mesh, because you're already zooming out and you see that mesh further and further away, so you don't have to, oops, let's not do this now. You don't have to show the highest version constantly. That's for raised versions. For raised meshes, you have to have the low as well, but as far as I can see, like I actually always am on level load factor of 2. That's I always put that. I don't go higher or upper. I think when you download Second Life, like you start with 1.5. I'm not sure, I forgot. But sometimes, like when you see items in Second Life, they don't look right. They are just triangles where they should be, I don't know, a chair or something. That's because when they were uploading, they probably put 0 and 0 on both low and lowest for the item that's going to be raised on the ground, like for furniture. For furniture and stuff like that, like you have to have the low as well. But rigged mesh shows differently. I don't know why, but it does. So like I always put the highest, and I let the Second Life generate the medium. Like I think it changes the medium when you're quite far away, changes the medium, but as far as I know, it doesn't go to low at all. So I just upload high and medium. For physics, you choose lowest. Why? Because you already have your clothes doesn't need collision. Collision is when you bump into things, so you can't, like when two avatars like walk into each other and they bump, like they push each other aside. That's because there's collision, and collision is already set in the avatar itself. In the bones, it has collision bones, so you don't need collision to your dress, to your rigged models. Collision is needed for raised items, especially like for big buildings and so on. And you have to set include skin weights, so the item can be rigged. How did I upload it? Low dress. Okay, am I wearing it? Okay, there we go. Okay, so that's our dress. Let's put the texture on it. Let's put high so it's shiny. And there we go. Yeah. So if you have some parts like sticking out, you can create an alpha, BOM alpha. I advise you creating a BOM alpha instead of using scripts and creating an applier for the bodies, because you have to then make separately for each body. You have to use scripts, and there's there's really no need for it. BOM is here, so use it to as much as you can. So now that we've created, I've showed you how to create a simple dress with 2 UVs and a simple dress with one UV that is symmetrical. And we've rigged it, it's in world, it's on our hourglass. And let's now talk why we pretty much did all that we did. So how can I start this? I'll start with myself. Like when I started creating a mesh, you kind of just try, mess about, and you get something to work, and it's like, oh, very nice, it's working, and you're happy. But as time goes by, you learn more, and for some designers, workflows change. For some, it doesn't. And at this point, Second Life, the reason why it's very laggy, it's because of us. It's because of designers. It's because what we import into Second Life. That's the simple truth. It's not up to Linden Lab. It's not the simulator. It's not your connection. No, don't get me wrong. Like there's a small part of that, but the truth is that what you are rendering constantly in your window, what you are seeing, that's what's lagging us all. And I'll start from myself. Like some of my meshes, especially previous ones, are heavy. This one that we created, they are very well made. I mean, maybe they aren't to your liking. Maybe you don't like latest dresses and so on. But when it comes to actual poly count, like we can go under more inspect. Poly count, it has less than 5,000 triangles. And texture memory and VRAM memory is like almost like 20,000 kilobytes. That's really good, especially for when you look at VRAM. It's 16,000 kilobytes. Now our other dress, it also has 5,000 triangles, but it has 8,000 kilobytes in VRAM memory. That's because we are using the same texture. The same texture lowers your VRAM. Like the biggest problem in Second Life isn't really the poly count, it's the textures. We don't optimize texturing well, and let me show you what I mean by that. I have one of my first items. Is that one? Actually, I don't. Is it? Yeah, this. Let me show you on the same color. So Gloria Latex, that's 7777. Okay, so this is one of my first items that I created. It's a simple dress. It's simple. It's similar to this one, as you know. But since at that moment I didn't know how to create faces, and these are actually separate objects. And since I didn't know how to create faces together, I created one separate mesh and one separate mesh, and this separate mesh has only the straps of the dress of the, like you can see, just it's literally just the straps, and these are the buttons like that are holding the dress on the separate 1000 times 1000 texture. That's pointless. It makes no sense. It's just texture loss. It's memory loss. It's wasted space. There's no reason why this couldn't have been put on one. Like I could have created symmetry if I was going to create latex, and just put the straps on the same one, or either front or back if I was creating two, like we did here, or could have created just on the single one, because it's a little strap. Like when you consider how big this mesh is, it would fit here no problem. Instead, this doubles up the texture because of a one strap. So I wanted to explain, like when you're creating your mesh, like I hope this will be some kind of start that makes sense to you. I know we all want to create very detailed mesh, and so you want the textures to be as crisp as possible. I understand, like this is very well textures, how the overall look, and how you can see very clearly the stitches. Like there's no reason to create more maps. Why I don't do what I did. Like don't waste space, don't waste memory. It's pointless. To some small items, to some zippers, some small bows, like you can use even smaller texture, or you can utilize your 1000 times 1000 texture. Now what I mean by this is why I have some items phrased here. So these items are from Violent Seduction and Tetra. I think you both know, pretty much everybody knows these stores. And when you look at, for example, item from Violent Seduction and inspect it, like it has 30,000 triangles, and all of this is put on just less than 20,000 kilobytes. You can see here it has 5 faces, including the dress. There's a dress here as well, like you can see, right? Of course the demo version includes the faces that are surrounding it as well, but doesn't matter. You can always like she uses this technique. She creates a lot of items that are symmetrical, so the items are same on the sides. If you can always check, like you can check inspect everything in Second Life. I honestly I tend to one of the reason pretty much why I go to events. Like I love seeing what people have created, new items, but I love inspecting them and wondering how they did it. I often wonder about people workflows, because although there's a million and one tutorial on YouTube about creating meshes in general, that bridge to Second Life is kind of missing. Like that's why I'm kind of making these videos. I hope they will help you to start to maybe just understand things a bit easier. But as you can see, there are literally symmetrical items, and you can always check what size of the texture was put on that. You can create. You have to. Jesus Christ, English is leaving me. You can click Shift, Control, Alt, and T, and you can see this texture is created 1000 times 1000 on face 0. Let's try the lace bra. Shift, Control, Alt, T. Face 1 also 1000. How about these hearts? All of these metals are, as you can see, on one face. Shift, Control, Alt, T. Here she used 256 times 256 texture. She didn't actually put 1000 texture. This is a fourth of that size. So utilizing and keeping in mind such things is always good. And of course there's Tetra, like this is one of, I think this is one of their most popular items. This item, let's go more inspect. 28, triangles 23. It has two faces, like it's counting some of the cubicles, I think. Just the item itself, it has two faces. The item itself has 20,000 triangles, and VRAM is on 24,000 kilobytes. And you can see how detailed these items are, how lovely they look, right? In the meantime, like for example, I have my one of my older items that I have recently updated, like it's actually one of my latest releases, Denise top and pants. And I have, this is my top that I created like 2 years ago, no, a year ago, year and a half, something like that. And well, let me go under more inspect. It has 22,000 triangles, like look how simple this is. It's so simple, like it's 4 cylinders for 22,000 triangles. Like they have their this old jacket is 23,000. 22,000 with VRAM on 24,000 kilobytes. I have created a new mesh that's similar to that, and updated with, and now it has 6,000 triangles and 12,000 VRAM. It's half of what I did before. I hope you understand that this is important when you're creating mesh, especially like if you want to be a Second Life designer, if you want to compete on the market, if you want if you really want to live out of this, like you have to become a 3D designer. But I hope that this tutorial will help you a bit to get to at least start from decent, not from bad. At least start from decent. That's a good start, right? And I think that's all. Like we went through exporting through Max, FBX files, creating UVs, importing, rigging, texturing. I explained you a bit about the Polycount and textures VRAM, which is important. Like I think Violent Seduction and Tetra are really good stores that, at least the items that I've checked, like there's a million stores with a million items at this point. Like I haven't checked everything, but I like to check items, especially like when I go to events, the items that are rezzed, I always take a look to see what's going on. And I think there are good things, good stores to inspire to be one day. So that's that. I think I'm done. I think I'm done. Like, oh my god. Okay, I hope you guys liked the video. Leave your comments below if you have questions, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye.